This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes into the flight of Integrity. Enjoying the views inside the crew cabin of the vehicle as the crew continues to work through entry preparations, documenting items that they're stowing on board, and reviewing entry procedures in advance of tomorrow's homecoming that will result in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We are just under 5 hours away from the next engine firing. It's a thruster firing of the reaction control system jets on Integrity. That's the RTC 2 burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. It will be a brief firing of the RCS system to tweak and refine Integrity's orientation as it heads toward an entry corridor tomorrow over the Pacific Ocean and its plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. Just to refresh folks, Christina Koch and Reed Wiseman returned home from their first missions in a Russian Soyuz vehicle for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover was on a Crew Dragon mission, so he was in a parachute-assisted splashdown on water. Jeremy Hansen, of course, flying for the first time. So this will all be brand new to him, although this crew has trained for all of this for the better part of 2.5 years.
Integrity Houston, for the burn conference, we are ready when you are.
Okay, Jackie, we're going to take 2 more minutes and then we'll call you back.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston, the burn conference referred to by Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control is the discussion that's coming up, brief discussion regarding the elements of the soon-to-be executed return trajectory correction to burn, basically a burn of short duration from the reaction control system on the vehicle that will fine-tune Integrity's path towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean tomorrow.
Jackie, we are ready to start the burn conference.
All right, for our RTC2 burn pad, we think you have V1 UTC of generation day 99, 11:30. Please confirm.
Confirmed.
All right, just a couple of deltas for you in the guidance solution. Delta V tote will be 5.2, T-go of 9 seconds. Delta V components, X negative 3.2, Y negative 0.8, and Z 4.0. How copy?
Copy all.
In the burn execution steps, there is no change, but we wanted to share the comment that if we determine interim targeting is required, we can run that from the ground. You all will be during your PAO event.
Copy.
And then we do have a couple of burn notes for you. The first is a clarification, actually a delta to the first line for tank pressurization. Tank pressurization will not occur during the burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown.
Makes sense. Copy.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and We do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame is day 8, 0 hours, 40 minutes, to day 8, 2 hours, 0 minutes.
Copy.
And then finally, this is a little bit of a contingency information for you, but if you were to lose comm before, during, or after this burn, we've got a couple of burn plan pointers for you. If for some reason the nominal slot 4 burn plan does not converge during any of the pre-burn targeting, we want you to use ground targets. And after the RTC2 burn, if PCL and the RTC3 targeting does not converge, we've put a burn plan called Recovery 1 into slot 5. That removes a constraint on EI, and it should ensure convergence.
Copy all.
That is everything Houston has for the burn conference. Anything for us?
Negative. We're all good up here. Thank you.
All right, we're good to go, and there's absolutely no rush, but when there's a good moment, we would love a sync on cabin config.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're continuing to watch the activities of the Integrity astronauts on board their spacecraft. Now less than 2 hours away from reaching the midway point on their trip back from the moon. Splashdown schedule for Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, at a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is in place, and barring some unforeseen development, will be deploying Navy helicopters and Navy divers and recovery personnel to extract the 4 astronauts from the spacecraft within an hour after splashdown, hoist them into 2 hovering Navy helicopters and fly them back to the deck of the ship, where they'll undergo extensive medical exams before they're flown back to shore and ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. The conference you just heard between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey and the crew, involving the specificities of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight. It'll be a 9-second burn now. And this, again, fine-tunes the angle of attack and the path of Integrity's trajectory to hit the sweet spot in the corridor across the Pacific Ocean for entry interface and the high-speed return back to Earth for a parachute-assisted splashdown.
Houston, integrity TLT is about to be commanded.
Houston copies. We're ready. And Christina, we see a good solution. Thank you.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, Houston. Please check the connection for PCD3 when able.
We're on it. And we will be calling shortly for the sync on the cabin that you requested.
Sounds great. We're just trying to pull a few more images off that PCD, so we'll watch for it to connect.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, the lunar flyby of the moon that made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right. The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew, a final PAO event in which the crew will have an opportunity to talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance to talk to the crew about their adventure around the moon and to offer their congratulations. Coming up at 9:53 p.m. is the Return Trajectory Correction burn, RTC-2 burn. That'll be a 9-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor, a cone, if you will, across the Pacific Ocean, in which they will enter tomorrow evening to begin the high-speed return to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening. When Integrity and its 4 astronauts do splash down tomorrow night, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown on this mission will have spanned 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was placed in through the launch atop the Space Launch System and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage burn, that enabled Integrity to spend 24 hours in a high Earth orbit that reached about 43,000 miles at apogee, giving flight controllers here an opportunity to check out all of the critical systems, including the environmental control systems in the spacecraft, prior to the translunar injection burn that committed Integrity to a free return trajectory around the moon and its current trajectory heading back to Earth. The translunar injection burn was, in essence, also a deorbit burn of sorts, with the crew having been set on a pre-planned course through orbital and lunar mechanics that will result in its entry into the Earth's atmosphere and a splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. A little while ago, they participated in a entry conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, just basically to review procedures and to answer any questions that the crew might have of the flight control team. But we're working no issues here. Everything looking very good, setting up for the return trajectory correction burn that will occur 4 hours and 21 minutes from now. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works. That sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night. The 4 crew members are scheduled to begin their 8.5-hour sleep period at 2:05 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. The entry team will be coming on console at 10:30 tomorrow morning to begin a handover from the planning team, or the Orbit 3 team, if you will. The crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. to begin their final hours in space. We'll set off to final configuration activities for the crew cabin. The final burn, the RTC-3 burn of the reaction control system jets, that will be the final critical firing to complete the fine-tuning of their path towards entry interface. That RTC-3 burn on Friday is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. The crew will move into its entry checklist just after 4 p.m. Our NASA Plus coverage, which will be the simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage that you've been watching and listening to since launch on Monday. Our NASA Plus coverage will begin at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A communications link handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System will occur at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, just a few minutes before the crew module and service module separate. The European service module to pyrotechnically separate from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 16 minutes later, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, we will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at peak velocity at some 32 times the speed of sound. At 6:37 p.m. there will be a raise burn. This is prior to entry interface. It's about an 18-second burn that will be refined in terms of its duration tomorrow. But the raise burn will gently nudge the aft end of the vehicle to properly align it to the right angle of attack for the entrance into the Earth's atmosphere, and to provide the lessening of a buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield as it descends through the regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will encounter a planned 6-minute communications blackout at about 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, this is due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization effect, if you will. This is typical of all high-speed entries back into Earth for any vehicle. In this case, it will last about 6 minutes. Once we regain communications with the crew, we will be just 7 minutes from splashdown, and we'll be initiating a rapid-fire succession of the deployment of series of parachutes. First, the parachutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then a series of drogue suits, and then finally 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity's speed to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations with helicopters, Navy divers, flight surgeons, crew surgeons, Navy surgeons, a whole flotilla, if you will, of recovery personnel. The key will be the erection of a large raft called a front porch that will be erected alongside the side hatch of Orion to enable the extraction of the crew one by one and the hoisting of the crew members onto the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead for a short flight back to the recovery ship, where they'll be brought into medical bay, for medical exams prior to spending some time on the ship, and the subsequent flight off the ship in helicopters to the Naval Air Station in San Diego, where they'll subsequently board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So all of that is upcoming over the next 24 hours or so. But again, everything is in great shape on board Integrity, all of its systems ready to support its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and its splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset tomorrow night. This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 26 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. You've been enjoying the views inside the crew cabin. Christina Cook on your left, Victor Glover with his back to the camera, Jeremy Hansen on your right. Reed Wiseman is there as well. They've been working to pack up the crew cabin in advance of tomorrow's parachute-assisted splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Splashdown time scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity, did you want to talk stowage now?
We are ready. And big picture, we're just looking for what IVA called a vibe check, how the day is going and how you feel going forward.
So we completed the stowage that was in the procedure 26.5.300. All of that went fine. And so really at this point, we'll probably have a little bit more uneaten food that we'll put in bag 7 is our plan right now, just depending on how much food we individually eat over the next day, I guess. And other than that, we're just sort of going through the cabin and putting things away as we're done with them and just looking it up on the Excel spreadsheet as to where to put them, the packing plan. And that's a bit tedious at times, but overall I think we have a handle on it.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for the status. A couple things for you. We have no problem helping you out if you're looking for something in the packing plan or just want a quick answer. Don't hesitate to call us. And we were also wondering how the water bag stowage went and just wanted to make sure that worked out well.
Okay, we just went around the group. Nobody had done that. I guess all of us were sort of thinking it was timeline somehow. So we'll go back to the daily summary and have a look at that. We can fit that in somewhere, but we haven't done it yet.
Jeremy, in the entry stowage prep activity, there is a link to the message that talks about the water bag stowage.
That conversation between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room and Jeremy Hansen on the right of your screen aboard Integrity, dealing with where items are being stowed for the trip back home tomorrow. We are still 1 hour away from reaching the halfway point on the trip back from the moon. The moon being the prime target for this mission and the historic lunar flyby that occurred by this crew back several days ago that carried the crew behind the far side of the moon, flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
What is that? And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the Nat Geo setup and the charging setup, where is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that, the microphone. Can all of that just go in one location, or as opposed to us having to look up where each of these items go? Plus, I'm also curious about the battery chargers for the D5s. They need to go somewhere as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, actually you have an activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block. Stand by. Okay. Hey, sorry. At the very end of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you are done with that equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient. And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5
okay,
questions.
That's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger up tonight. Maybe not, but if we do, where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
Yeah, Jeremy, acknowledge the current location isn't conducive to last-minute packing, so feel free to leave it out, the charger and the cables tonight, and by the morning we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
Okay, and then the PCD power cable that we are using in PUP 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCDs charged, and then put that away as soon as we wake up.
We copy.
Again, ongoing discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a cislunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5s, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on read at the end of the day called USB Power Strip Stow.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
And one separate item for Christina, we have uplinked some additional files to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.
So with Integrity Systems in good shape and the crew nearing the halfway point between the moon and the Earth on its trip back to Earth, the crew is making a list, checking it twice. All the items that they're packing up right now for the high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, we're about 40 minutes away from a public affairs event where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew, ask them a few questions. This is the final public affairs event of the mission that began with a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, back on April 1st, with Integrity launching atop the Space Launch System, moving into a high Earth orbit that reached an apogee of 43,000 miles for the first 24 hours to enable flight controllers to check out all of its systems before the following day's translunar injection burn that sent the crew en route to the moon and its flyby around the moon on a free return trajectory that is now carrying them back to Earth for their splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. Less than an hour away from the midway point between the Earth and the Moon, there is the destination for Integrity's astronauts, the home planet of Earth. The velocity of Integrity will begin to speed up pretty dramatically in the morning. In the final hours of this mission, the crew will be awakened on Friday morning at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll move into the final configuration of their crew cabin for entry. We have coming up in about 3 hours and 40 minutes the return trajectory correction burn number 2, a 9-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters that will further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor prior to reaching the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. There is a final RTC-3 burn, a return trajectory correction number 3 burn, at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be a few hours before we get into the critical events that will lead towards splashdown. The separation of the crew module from the European service module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 18-second raise burn heading into the Earth's atmosphere for the crew. That will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface, the point at which the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and feel the tug of gravity for the first time in 9 days. That's scheduled at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. A series of parachutes will begin to deploy to first pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then deploy drogue chutes and then the main parachutes, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset off the coast of San Diego. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal, with winds less than 10 knots and wave heights very, very gentle. Almost ideal conditions for the return of these 4 crew members. This has been a fairly quiet day aboard Integrity, with the crew concentrating on stowing the crew cabin and reviewing their flight data file, conferring with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling regarding entry and splashdown procedures, and making sure that all the equipment they need for their final hours in space and their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow, that everything will be at their disposal. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission, a conversation between members of Congress and the crew aboard Integrity as we approach the halfway mark of their trip home back to Earth from the moon.
Houston Integrity, quick stowage thing. Just confirm for us there are only two, or confirm the quantity of contingency urine stowage bags on board Integrity.
Jeremy, there are 3 total. You used 1 for potable water on the first day. We think you've used 1 for urine, and we think you have 1 empty. Integrity Houston, for your essay, the ground is going to do a round of intermediate targeting here shortly.
Okay, thank you for that, Jackie.
Just 38 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the trip back from the moon, Integrity's astronauts are continuing to pack up all of the gear in their crew cabin for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we are about 20 minutes away from a public affairs event in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All of Integrity's systems are operating in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control. The day is beginning to wind down. However, there is one more critical burn on tap for this evening. That's scheduled 3 hours and 25 minutes from now. at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, the RTC 2 burn, as it is called. This will be about a 9-second firing of the thrusters to fine-tune Integrity's path and angle of attack, simply tweaking its orientation towards an entry corridor that will take it toward its splashdown point off the coast of San Diego on Friday night. And once again, just to set the timeline straight for folks who are interested, the crew will go to sleep just after 2 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning, an 8.5-hour sleep period, with a wake-up call for their final hours in space aboard Integrity at 10:35 a.m. Central Time on Friday. At 1:53 p.m. Central Time, the final return trajectory correction maneuver, or burn, will be conducted. One final opportunity to sweeten the trajectory of Integrity towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean. We will move into a communications handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. And a few minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, the pyrotechnic separation of the European Service Module from the crew module will take place. Within 4 minutes after that, there'll be a so-called raise burn. This is an 18-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to tilt the angle of attack ever so slightly upward. The aft end of Integrity will be tilted upward, and that will complete the trajectory refinement for Integrity's path through the Earth's atmosphere. All of that designed to provide the best orientation of the vehicle in the minimization of heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. If all goes as planned, Integrity will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday night. Just seconds later, we'll enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout because of the buildup of plasma around the vehicle that will block communications and data transfer from Integrity to the flight control team here in Houston. Once we emerge from that communications blackout and reestablish comm with the crew, then we're just minutes away from the series of parachute deployments, 11 parachutes in all, first to yank the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then to deploy drogue chutes, and then finally the main parachutes that will slow Integrity's rate of descent to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. As mentioned before, the highest rate of velocity, the peak velocity for the vehicle in its return back to Earth, should occur at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, when Integrity will be traveling.
For your scene and voice checks.
We are taking a look, and we'll take a 10 count.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off.
Copy, blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
Copy, thanks.
That scene and voice check, part of the routine procedures to set up for our public affairs event coming up in about 16 minutes, where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew aboard Integrity. Once again, the peak velocity that Integrity will reach, according to flight dynamics, during its entry back to Earth is about 23,839 miles an hour, or Mach 32. From that point, just 13 and a half minutes later, the vehicle will have slowed from that velocity down to just 19 miles an hour at touchdown. Splashdown again scheduled for 7:07 p.m. Central, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time on Friday night. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is on station, ready to deploy Navy divers and other recovery personnel, Navy helicopters, fast boats that will erect a life raft, basically a huge raft called a front porch alongside the capsule after splashdown and after airbags are inflated at the top of the capsule to maintain upright orientation for Integrity. After a period of time, the hatch will be open. The Navy divers, including a Navy surgeon, will move inside the vehicle to make a preliminary health check of the crew before they are extracted one by one onto the front porch and then be hoisted onto a pair of hovering helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha and to be brought into medical bay aboard the ship for more comprehensive medical exams. In all, at the time of touchdown, or splashdown as the case may be in this flight, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown will have spanned 694,481 miles. That includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was launched into for the first 24 hours of the mission to provide flight controllers an opportunity to check out all of its systems. Everything in good shape on board Integrity. The stowage of the cabin in preparation for the crew's homecoming tomorrow has continued in flawless fashion. No issues being worked here in the flight control room as the Orbit 3 team, or the planning shift, comes on to begin a handover.
Integrity for that stowage for the water that we've just been working on. It says nadir. So can you just confirm you want it on the bottom underneath the other CTBs?
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is coming on duty for the second half of the crew's workday. They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
On the bottom, underneath the other bags, and if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Okay. That's how we interpret it too, so we'll do that. That's a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get it done. The other thing is we could use a location for 2 more hefty bags. We got the ones that we've used today so far out of the containment bag.
Checking on the hefty bag location, and while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good, and GNC is syncing all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
Okay, Jackie, all that tracks.
Integrity Houston, for Jeremy and the hefty bags, you should find 4 additional hefty bags in one of the 2 JSBs that you've been using today.
Okay, we'll have a look. Houston Integrity, can you bring the fan speed down to our preferred PAO setting, and if it's already there, thank you.
It is there.
And we have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain. Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
You know, Jackie, snark does carry across the cosmos.
That delayed smile made me feel very good. Integrity Houston, for the live camera feed, we are getting intermittent dropouts, like maybe 2/3 of the time, every few seconds, it's dropping to black. We'd like you to check the encoder settings for HD, and if those all look good, then perhaps we need a camera swap. Copy, thumbs up.
Jackie, we confirmed all the settings were per the procedure. We stopped and restarted the stream. We're prepping another camera. Please let us know what you'd like.
It does not seem to have helped the situation. We'd like to try the camera swap.
Doesn't work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for the crew to complete the setup for the upcoming PAO event, in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening as we're just 17 minutes away from Integrity reaching the halfway point en route home from the moon, with splashdown scheduled off the coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
Jackie, new camera in place and wired up. How's it look?
We are checking.
Wireless mic audio check. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Integrity, the audio from the mic and video are looking good. We'll be ready to start the event. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity. We are.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Check.
Integrity had a check, loud and clear. How do you have us?
Integrity, Jared, you're about 5x3 right now, but it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again. And good evening, Artemis II crew. As you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon, the people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we receive from the United States Congress, who work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country. Our first question is coming from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who spearheaded our One Big Beautiful Bill historic investment in America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at Johnson Space Center, and over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Jared. Integrity, this is Ted, comms check. It is, I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are. I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole when Jared speaks about the people of Earth. Across the planet, people are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reed.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our next question comes from Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
Hi, congratulations to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Ann McClain earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
You know, I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Our next question comes from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
Good evening to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis II mission, as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. You know, as far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is for Reed, comes from Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Well, greetings to all of you. Reed, I had a special question for you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I mean, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right. That's all well and good, and that's a huge part of the learning process. And one of my biggest takeaways from life is it's not how well you succeed, it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Next up, we have a question from Congressman Brian Babin of Texas.
Hello, Artemis II crew, Reed, Victor, Christian, Christina, and Jeremy. I'm so proud to represent the team at Johnson Space Center and supporting you every step of the way. The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Our next question comes from... Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
Well, hello, crew, and thank you for all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babbitt and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in California. I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning, and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right, next we have a question from Congressman Hal Rogers of Kentucky.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build an international team led by the United States of America and set our sights out on a sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing, but I will tell you, having been there, the 4 of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator, and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy. And most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
Well, it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal because I definitely have to call out what Christina was talking about, seeing the far side of the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed the sun was, I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw, but it really was something. But the other thing, kind of your question made me think about when you're talking about all the simulations. We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket, and then that's when we did the proximity ops where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it. And in the simulator, you watch and you have all these things you're checking to see if you have actually separated from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you have a bunch of things you need to do because that's not good. And in space, it's nothing like that. We essentially got ejected off the top of that thing. We were all sitting in here waiting for that moment, and all of a sudden we're all pinned to the floor. Like, well, I guess we separated.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of people what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? What kind of G profile are you going to be on? And how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for your continued leadership and support and friendship. And the ride's been amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, next we have Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Hey, everybody. I know how proud we are in Alabama of the role that Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville has played in this incredible mission. So I can't even imagine how unbelievably proud your families are of you and how excited they are to see you soon and to welcome you back to Earth. So instead of a question, I want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making space flight, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while. But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes, too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on.
For my three children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done.
Wait, that's us. The view.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We've spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow, Victor. Why do I ever answer questions around you guys?
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
I'll take this second to say something to my 9 nieces and nephews, which is, I love you, and thank you for the amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew me. You had beautiful Earths and rockets, and they truly touched my mission, and I feel like you're here with me.
All right, next is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
Hi, crew. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, and I represent Kennedy Space Center in Congress. And what a thrill to have watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center. It truly unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
Good evening, Artemis II crew. Indeed, you are inspirational and you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Cook attended high school. With Dr. Cook becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
Well, it's such an honor to speak with you and that you represent Durham. All of my family lives there, and they're all flying to Houston right now, hopefully to watch our splashdown. So Durham is very near and dear to my heart. There's a lot to say about that topic. I feel like for us, we don't necessarily see any one individual as, deserving of anything or accolades for being a first. What we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. Focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor. And that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
Dude.
All right, and we have time for one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis II. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. We are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a vet, be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
All right, we are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in, and thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis II crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication. And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds like the next 24 hours we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
Absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the Flight Director Conference just a couple minutes early.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 1 hour, 45 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission. We just wrapped up that final public affairs event where members of Congress had an opportunity to talk to the crew members on board. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. About 15 minutes ago, they passed the halfway mark on the flight home from the moon and their lunar flyby of Earth's closest celestial neighbor. They will begin to accelerate quite a bit over the next 24 hours, as you just heard, as they prepare for splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. A shift handover has just been completed here in Mission Control, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is taking over. They will be led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak, taking over from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling.
We think we copied the RHC as set up, but can you confirm?
That's affirmative. The RHC is set up.
We copy, and OE2 is privatized for the conference.
Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers will be back on console tomorrow morning, and that will be the ultimate day of this mission, the final chapter in the Artemis II flight, and that will be entry and splashdown. Entry and splashdown, the crew spent the day configuring the crew cabin, reviewing entry procedures, and preparing for their high-speed return back to Earth that will culminate in a splashdown in the Pacific 2.5 hours before sunset at 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll be here all night, throughout the course of the night, and all day tomorrow to bring you every aspect of the entry, splashdown, and the recovery of the crew as they return from an historic lunar flyby and the completion of the Artemis II mission. This is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston on 1 for a stowage delta when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeremy. I wanted to give you a stowage delta, something that you can do tonight. So in terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot Large CTB. The 2 items are, Foxtrot 1 Large CTB. Those 2 items are going to be the portable speakers and then a Ziploc with 4 AGA batteries. And you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 Large to Locker Echo Bag 10. How copy?
Okay, speaker and AGA batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AGA battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Copy, Jeremy, and we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 Large CTB.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AJ batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Amy Dill. You recently heard.
And Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to forward link LOS.
Okay, copy that, 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets. If you tell me where they're going, I'll put them away. And just FYI, we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
You can store those in Locker Delta, bag 7.
Okay, bag 7. Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty full.
Okay, copy. We'll see you on the other side with that location.
Sounds good. See ya.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You were hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcomer capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. They were discussing some stowage activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry and splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth. You also heard that we were entering a forward link LOS. That is a forward link loss of signal, which means that the crew can communicate down here to Mission Control, but the teams here at Mission Control will be unable to communicate back during that loss of signal. And there on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission. Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This will be a short burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues on its journey to Earth and prepare it for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis for the duration of the mission, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that Orion and its crew are on the return leg of their journey, the distance from the Earth will continue to close in. Right now, they are about 120,000 miles away from Earth and about 149,000 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, they did reach that halfway mark on their return journey home. And a little bit later today, and just about 2 hours from now, the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, will take place to further refine the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues its journey back home to Earth. Most of the crew's activities for today have been, of course, focused on that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow. The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the crew's day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA Flight Director Rick Hinfling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry preparation materials that they were previously studying, and they also went over the latest weather briefings and their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth tomorrow, April 10th. Shortly after this cabin configuration is complete, the crew will begin preparing for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, that RTC-2 burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 58 minutes from now. And then following that burn, the crew will have a few small activities to close out their day, and they will also continue any additional stowage that wasn't completed prior to that burn. The crew will, of course, close out their day with their daily private medical conference with the medical teams here on the ground, as well as another final private flight director conference before heading into pre-sleep. Pre-sleep is the opportunity where they can eat dinner, and they can also complete any hygiene activities ahead of their sleep period. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis II mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is currently continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. During this cabin configuration, the crew is stowing any equipment that they had out during the mission. They're also removing some cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secure ahead of their re-entry and return to Earth tomorrow. Right now, we are currently in a loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that in about 19 minutes from now. Again, this was a planned and known loss of signal as we transition between satellites and the deep space network. Looking ahead to re-entry tomorrow, there will be a final return trajectory correction burn. This will be the third and final of those trio of burns, about 5 hours before entry interface. The second of that trio of burns is scheduled to take place this evening around 8:53 p.m. Central Time, 9:53 p.m. Eastern Time to fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth. And then that third and final one will take place tomorrow, April 10th, about 5 hours before that entry interface takes place. During the re-entry process, the service module of the Orion spacecraft will separate around 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes before Orion reaches the upper atmosphere southeast of Hawaii. A few minutes later, around 6:37 p.m. Central, 7:37 p.m. Eastern, is when we will have that final trajectory adjustment burn to fine-tune the flight path before the spacecraft begins a series of roll maneuvers to safely distance itself from departing hardware. The Orion spacecraft will reach its maximum velocity, which will be approximately 23,864 miles per hour just before entry interface. As Orion continues its descent at about 400,000 feet, the spacecraft will then enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout that planned to take place around 6:53 p.m. Central tomorrow, 7:53 p.m. Eastern, and this is due to plasma buildup around the capsule during peak heating of re-entry. During the re-entry, the crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs. And then once they emerge from that blackout period, the Orion spacecraft will jettison its forward bay cover and deploy its drogue parachutes once it reaches about 22,000 feet. That milestone expected to take place around 7:03 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, 8:03 p.m. Eastern. It will then unfurl its 3 main parachutes once it reaches about 6,000 feet. And that will help slow the Orion spacecraft down for a splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California. That splashdown expected to take place around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Within about 2 hours after that splashdown, the crew will be extracted from the Orion spacecraft and then flown to the USS John Murtha. Recovery teams will then retrieve the crew using helicopters, and once aboard the ship, the astronauts will undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to shore to board an aircraft and head back to the NASA Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. Again, all of that coming up tomorrow on Friday, April 10th, as the Artemis II crew prepares to complete their mission around the moon and back. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 52 minutes. We are currently in an expected loss of signal, during which we don't have direct communication with the crew, but we do expect to regain that signal in about 5 minutes from now. Coming up in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, we do expect the second of a trio of 3 return trajectory correction burns to take place. These are short thruster firings that further fine-tune the path and trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues its return journey back to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, are currently awake, and they are continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for that reentry and splashdown tomorrow. The commander for the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He's originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Prior to this Artemis II mission, he's been to space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They also set a milestone for station science by completing a record of 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December of 2020 to November of 2022. Joining Reed on board the Orion spacecraft is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot for the Artemis II mission. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November of 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours and more than 40 different aircraft. And then joining both Reed and Victor as a mission specialist is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She is originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which of course was the same class as Victor Glover. Christina previously served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February of 2020, and during that time, Christina Cook set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then rounding it all out is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy is actually a first-time flyer, joining the other 3 veteran flyers, and he is originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected by an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, during which he served as the sole direct voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. So those are your 4 astronauts that make up the Artemis II crew. That crew, of course, concluding their mission tomorrow, April 10th, once they splash down off the coast of San Diego, California. Ahead of the mission, the Artemis II crew had the opportunity to design their mission patch. And that patch, which you can see there on your screen, designates the mission as A2, which also looks like the word all, which signifies not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown, and the Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it means to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon onto Mars. And that view there on your screen is the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. And it provides a visualization, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. It provides that visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So right now, the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 117,000 miles from Earth, and that distance continues to close in as they target that splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, April 10th at approximately 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 9 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means we are unable to communicate up to the crew right now, but if the crew chooses, they can communicate down to Mission Control. We are just unable to respond. We do expect to regain that forward link or reacquire that signal in about 30 minutes from now. A few minutes after that signal is reacquired, we do expect the final burn targeting to take place for the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2. That burn is scheduled to take place in 1 hour and 7 minutes from now, and it will be a short burn to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back home to Earth. Throughout the mission, the Orion spacecraft has been connected to what is known as the Deep Space Network, which helps provide the astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data that has to traverse thousands of miles. And let's take a moment to learn more about the communications during the mission.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're once again seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from Earth and to the moon, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. The Deep Space Network is sometimes referred to as DSN, and it is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that supports interplanetary spacecraft missions, plus a few that orbit Earth. Again, we are currently in a planned forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and we expect to regain that communication here in about 26 minutes from now. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 34 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You are currently seeing a live look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. We are currently in an expected forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and expect to regain that forward link in about 6.5 minutes from now. The forward link refers to the uplink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the ground to the spacecraft. Now, during an earlier data rate change, we did have an unexpected return link loss of signal. So if that return link is not recovered ahead of that forward link acquisition of signal, again taking place in about 6 minutes from now, then an Orion S-band string swap would be commanded to try to regain that return link. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft to the ground.
Integrity, Houston for ComCheck.
Amy, Integrity has you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Christina. I have you loud and clear as well. Just a heads up that we did lose the return link sooner than we expected, but we have regained good forward and return. We're glad to be back in comm with you.
Okay, copy that. We made a couple calls in the blind. We'll check to see if you received them. One was about the docking hatch, and one was about a food bob. Did you get either of those?
Negative. Please repeat them.
Okay, copy. We'll call back when we're available to do that, and thanks for the note. We're looking forward to the upcoming burn.
Okay, we copy all, and we are going to...
And Amy, the food bob call was there's a full bob in bag 11 plus a mostly full bob and a few of the condiments, etc. So it's pretty close to 2 full bobs in bag 11. Just want to make sure that you've accounted for that. Let us know if that's too much in one place.
Thanks for the report, Jeremy, and we're good with that.
Okay, and then do you have those DE locker net stowage locations?
We have an option A and an option B. Option A is to put the D&E locker nets into locker Bravo 3 in the purple CTB, but that depends upon how much trash you have stowed in purple CTB and also accounting for the space you'll need for the Equalist wall net.
Okay, that makes sense. What about option B?
Option B is same locker, Bravo 3 in the yellow CTB.
Okay, we'll get those nets in Bravo 3. And do you want to know which bag it's specifically in? Is that important for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll aim for purple. I'm sure they'll fit now, and then something else might not fit later, so we'll put them in purple for now.
Copy, aiming for purple.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We did get that forward link and return link acquisition of signal. And you did hear them call up to the crew and get the confirmation back down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And that did come following an unexpected return link loss of signal. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communication and telemetry from the spacecraft to the ground. But all of that communication has since been restored. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can now see a live view of the Orion spacecraft, this coming from one of the solar array wing cameras. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the CAPCOM or Capsule Communicator console and the Flight Director console. Right now, the CAPCOM on console and communicating with the crew is Amy Dill, and the Flight Director for Orbit 2 is Fiona Ankoviak. We do expect the final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn to take place here shortly.
Houston for RTC 2 status.
Go ahead.
During the long LOS, there were a few items that we were working that are nominal for RTC 2. First, X-flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. SM prop helium isolation valves are configured and the starfield maneuvers are complete.
Okay, we saw all that happen on board as well. Sounds great.
Integrity Houston, confirmed TLT and orb guide converged. Houston is assessing the onboard solution.
We can confirm that they both converged.
Houston copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn, has been completed, and we do expect that RTC burn to take place in about 29 minutes from now. As of right now, it's expected to be a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity burn and approximately a 9-second burn. This will be using the 8 auxiliary PulseX thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team on console is currently conducting their go, no-go poll for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn. And again, this burn will further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach ahead of that re-entry and splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
Integrity Houston, onboard solution has been confirmed, and Houston is go for the burn.
Copy, Houston is go. We're continuing.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard confirmation that the team here in Mission Control has pulled go for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or that RTC-2 burn. That burn is now expected to take place in about 24 minutes from now, and it will be a short thruster firing using those auxiliary thrusters to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path on its return journey back towards Earth. The mission control position here that's responsible for some of these trajectory corrections is the Flight Dynamics Officer, sometimes referred to as FIDO. They are specifically responsible for the atmospheric and orbital flight path of the spacecraft, as well as the lunar trajectory of the vehicle. Coming up ahead of the burn, in about 2 minutes, we do expect the solar array wing positions to be moved and confirmed that they are in position for this upcoming burn. And then about 11 minutes before the burn takes place, we'll also expect to hear a call that Orion is in burn attitude, and that confirms that the attitude maneuver ahead of the burn has been completed.
Integrity Houston, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Teams and the crew continuing to prepare for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. That burn expected to take place in just under 19 minutes from now. We did just hear confirmation that the prop pressurization tanks are good for the burn. That confirmation coming from the prop here in Mission Control, which is the propulsion officer, and they are responsible for monitoring the vehicle propellants in order to complete these burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes. Coming up in about a minute, we should also hear confirmation that the solar arrays are in position for the burn. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings. Each of those wings is made up of 3 panels, and each panel is approximately 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet, and the total length of each wing is 23 feet long. So these solar array wings do have to be put in position ahead of any burn. These solar array wings are managed by the Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control, which is the MPO, and they're responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the ray rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems.
Integrity Houston, solar arrays are in position for the burn.
We see the same.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we did just hear that confirmation that the solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft are now in position ahead of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. Again, that burn is scheduled to take place in about 16 minutes from now. The next call that we will likely hear is in about 5 minutes, when the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control will call up to the crew to confirm that the maneuver to burn attitude will be beginning, and then they will also call up to confirm that that burn attitude is complete. And ahead of that attitude maneuver, the mission control position responsible for those attitude maneuvers is GNC, which stands for Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They're responsible for managing inertial measuring units, as well as global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, maneuver to burn attitude starting in approximately 3 minutes.
We're expecting the same. Thanks, Amy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently about 10 minutes away from the start of the Return Trajectory Correction 2 burn, or RTC2. This is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn with an expected delta velocity change of 5.37 feet per second, using the 8 pulse-x thrusters on the Orion spacecraft to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft on its path back towards Earth. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. The Orion spacecraft is currently traveling at a velocity of about 3,400 miles per hour, and it is about 114,000 miles away from Earth. Earlier today, it did pass the halfway point of its return back to Earth. Again, it is expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California on Friday, April 10th around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. In just a few moments, we should hear confirmation called up to the crew that Orion is in burn attitude. The Orion spacecraft is currently maneuvering to that burn attitude.
Integrity Houston, Integrity is in burn attitude.
We see the same.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 4 hours, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and we are currently about less than 4 minutes away from the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2 burn. This is the second in a trio of burns for that Return Trajectory Correction. The first RTC burn was completed on flight day 7, and then this burn coming up is the second of those 3 burns, and the final Return Trajectory Correction burn will be completed on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface. And there on your screen, you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, the exterior of that spacecraft, and you can get a good look at a couple of those solar array wings, sometimes referred to as SAW. There are 4 solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft that provide power generation. And ahead of this burn, those solar arrays were configured to support the upcoming burn. About 10 minutes ago, the Orion spacecraft also completed an attitude maneuver to prepare for the upcoming burn. Following the completion of this Return Trajectory Correction burn, the spacecraft will complete another attitude maneuver to return to the bias tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. So again, that Return Trajectory Correction burn coming up here in about 2 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are now just under 30 seconds away from the time of ignition of that upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, which will be the start of that burn. Again, it is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to generate a 5.37 foot per second change in delta velocity. And we do have confirmation that the Return Trajectory Correction burn has started, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time. And we also now have confirmation that the burn has completed, again, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
Integrity Houston, good burn. We are assessing the details.
We see the same and copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we do have that confirmation that the recent return trajectory correction burn was completed, and it was a good burn. Teams on the ground assessing the details, but it was expected to be a 9.41 second burn for a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity. Again, these return trajectory correction burns help to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path as it makes its way back to Earth, and this was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, with that first return trajectory correction burn taking place on flight day 7, and the final return trajectory correction burn is expected to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface.
Integrity Houston, confirm a good burn, and prop post-burn reconfiguration is complete.
We copy all, and we have a gorgeous view of you out window 2.
Awesome, we're waving at you.
We are too.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. About 4 minutes ago, the second return trajectory correction burn was completed. That burn taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central, 10:53 p.m. Eastern to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path on its return journey back to Earth. We did get confirmation that it was a good burn. Again, this burn was executed using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module. Now that the burn is completed, the Orion spacecraft will conduct another attitude maneuver to return it to the biased tail-to-sun attitude. Again, the Orion spacecraft uses a tail-to-sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Now the Orion spacecraft and its crew, again on their return leg of their journey, expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow on April 10th. Now that the return trajectory correction burn 2 is complete, the crew will move into some final activities for their day. They will continue to complete some cabin configurations to prepare for tomorrow's re-entry. And then also on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will complete an off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which they will perform a fit check of the system before putting on their Orion Crew Survival System, or OCS suits. Following that developmental flight test objective, there will also be some additional stowage tasks. So the 4K encoder on board the Orion spacecraft will be disabled and also stowed to prepare for re-entry. There will also be some final configurations for the hatch entry, as well as some final configurations for the docking hatch opening system, and some final toilet maintenance, as well as some data transfer for the actigraph, which is a device that the crew is wearing. So that data will be transferred to their portable computing devices, or PCDs, and then downlinked to the ground for that data collection. Additionally, there will be some final AGA readings, or anomaly gas analyzer readings, which is a laser-based instrument which detects trace contaminants on board the Orion spacecraft. That AGA device will then be stowed, and then the crew will be moving into their final private medical conference. Again, those private conferences take place at the end of every flight day with the medical teams on the ground, and then the crew will move into a private flight director conference before moving into their pre-sleep period.
Integrity Houston for Delta to ONWMS DFTO procedure.
And Houston, one moment on that. We are not going to stow the RHC per step 23.3 for Reed's upcoming and controller checkout activity. And we are go for your words.
We concur with that RHC plan. So Christina, for you and Jeremy, in step 1.1.2, do not don the adhesive materials or the barrier cream.
We copy all, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. That call coming to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Christina Cook, in regards to some upcoming steps related to their off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen are going to be performing a fit check of the off-nominal waste management system prior to donning their Orange Orion crew survival system suits. There's also a call made regarding an RHC, which stands for rotational hand controller. That made in advance of another activity that NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman will be completing, during which he will be completing some deflection checkouts of the rotational hand controller as well as the translational hand controller to ensure that the crew can track a target, and this is performed as part of the entry systems checkout. Again, the crew is working through some final cabin configuration as well as other steps to prepare for tomorrow's re-entry and splashdown.
and integrity for hatch entry inspection.
With you.
Okay, Amy, on the docking hatch, the fabric hinges, I see the two fabric hinges. One is by dog 3 and one is by dog 4. And the fabric hinge by dog 3 was not connected to the hatch. It's connected to the ship, but not the hatch. The fabric hinge by dog 4 is connected to both the ship and the hatch. Just confirm that both of these should be connected between the ship and the hatch.
Checking.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Again, the crew is continuing their return journey back home to Earth. That splashdown targeted off the coast of San Diego, California, tomorrow at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Ahead of that return, I have a special guest joining me here today. I have Jason Norcross, who is the lead for some of the Artemis II obstacle course tasks that the crew will be completing once they return back to Earth. Thanks for joining me, Jason.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
So once the crew lands, can you tell me a little bit about their balance?
Yeah, when the crew lands, they're going to have what we call sensory motor dysfunction or space adaptation syndrome. And what that has to do with the inner ear getting readjusted back to gravity. It's been in weightlessness for 10 days for this crew. And then as soon as they land, they're going to have some real trouble with kind of maintaining their balance, being able to especially move their head independent of their body. You'll often see the crew kind of robotically move a little bit more. And they're also going to be feeling their weight for the very first time.
So tell me a little bit about this obstacle course. So what is the first obstacle course the crew will do, and how soon do they do it after landing, and what exactly are they doing?
Yeah. So the first thing they do, we typically are going to get the crew about 1 to 4 hours after they land, and then they're going to go through what we call a capsule egress mock-up. So we have built a functional task test that's designed to mimic some of the challenges that they would have if they were on if they had to actually egress their very own capsule. So things like confined space, things like up and down head movement, strength challenges, balance challenges, all those things are going to be part of that very first task that they have to do.
Okay, and then after that, there's another obstacle course they do. So what are they going to do for that second obstacle course?
Yeah, so we get them, like I said, about 1 to 4 hours after they land. And then for the second obstacle course, they're going to be coming back on R+1. So the day after they land, they're going to be back here at JSC, and we're going to put them through an EVA simulation. We're going to put them in lunar gravity, and we're going to walk them through several different tasks that are going to challenge them for both the physical and sensory motor approach.
Okay, so do you also conduct similar measurements on astronauts returning, for example, from the International Space Station?
Yes, we do. So we've been doing this study, or a version of the study, with the International Space Station astronauts for the past several years. So we typically get one subject per increment, and in that case, we're looking more of what it would look like for a Mars landing. So in the case for the Artemis II crew, we're going to tune everything to lunar gravity because we're trying to look forward to the lunar. But in the case of the ISS astronauts, those that have been in space for 6 months, that's about how long it would take to get to Mars. So we want to test them on R+1, again, the first day after they land, and see if they would be capable of doing any EVA tasks. And so far, the answer has been yes.
Do you expect any differences between what you've seen on the crews from the International Space Station and the crew coming back from the Artemis II mission?
I think so. So the reason being is they haven't been in space quite as long. So they're not going to have the same type of muscular challenges that we see with long-duration crew. But the sensory motor challenges may be very similar because those have a lot more to do with the readjustment back to gravity.
Okay, so why do we want to know how quickly that they will adjust to their new gravity?
Right, so the early Artemis missions are, as we've seen, when we land on the moon, they're a busy mission right now. We're looking at 4 EVAs in 5 days, and we're looking at that first EVA right now as being one that we might have to take a little cautiously because of the sensory motor disruption, because of that adjustment from 0G to 16G. And one of the reasons we want to do this test soon after they land is to see how capable the astronauts are going to be on that first EVA. Now, you might ask, didn't we do that already with Apollo? But Apollo did direct descent. They got to the moon within about 3 days, whereas the Artemis missions, they're spending more like 7 to 10 days in microgravity before they land on the moon. So they're going to have a little bit more sensory motor disruption.
Okay, so landing is soon. What is next for you and your team?
Yeah. Well, I've got some of my team is already out at San Diego right now, getting ready to support that landing and that test on that happens about 1 to 4 hours after they land. And the other portion of the team is now getting set up to do that EVA simulation over in Argos. So that's the active response gravity offload system over in Building 9. It's basically a fancy robotic crane that offloads a portion of the crew member's body weight so we can simulate lunar gravity.
So really the end of the mission is kind of when all of your work starts, for the most part, getting all of that post-flight data collection.
Yeah, so a lot of folks look at splashdown as being the end of the mission. That's, for us, kind of the start of when some of the most interesting data on the kind of human response to this mission begins.
So thank you so much for joining me, Jason. With one more question, what are you most excited about from learning for this mission?
Well, I'm excited about splashdown tomorrow. I mean, so is everybody. But in general, what I'm really excited is when we get them back over here at JSC, we put them through that EVA simulation, and because these astronauts didn't get a chance to land on the moon, but they get to pave the way for the Artemis 4 and 5 and so on astronauts, so they'll be prepared and ready to go. And I'm looking forward to that EVA simulation.
Well, that's great, and thank you so much. Again, this was Jason Norcross, lead for the obstacle courses that the Artemis II crew will be completing once they return back home to Earth. Thank you so much, Jason.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Integrity Houston for read with answer on fabric hinge and hatch. And you're coming in a little bit low. Hopefully you can hear me fine. So the fabric hinge on the docking hatch should be attached to both the hatch and the ship. And we're interested for the fabric hinge that was not connected to the hatch near Dog 3. Was it not connected to the carabiner? We'll take words on what wasn't connected.
Hey, Amy, for each fabric hinge, there is a nylon strap, and on each end of that nylon strap is a black carabiner. So on Dog 4, there was a black carabiner to the ship, and then the nylon strap, and a black carabiner to the docking hatch. At Dog 3, there was a black carabiner on the ship to the nylon strap, and then the black carabiner was back to the ship, so it's not connected to the hatch. It's very possible we did that on flight day 1 when we were doing cabin config. I just wanted to make sure both straps should have their black carabiners to the ship and to the hatch, which it sounds like is a true statement.
That is a true statement, Reed, and thanks for those details. Integrity Houston for toilet maintenance.
Go ahead.
Hey, first off, we wanted to check if the toilet canister or R&R is complete, because if yes, we can restart wastewater venting.
It is complete.
Excellent. And then we have a delta for Victor's toilet maintenance activity. Victor can skip step 1. He does not need to replace oxone.
Okay, that's a bit of a surprise to us. We asked that question yesterday, so we did have to change it. So if we do not have to change it, we will go ahead and stow the oxone that we had temp stowed. Copy all.
Yeah, we had some significant discussion about that down here. In the end, we want to preserve the system in its current state to better understand post-flight how the system was with regards to the slow wastewater vents.
Okay, sounds great. No oxone.
Thank you.
Houston Integrity Actigraph data retrieves complete on PCD-2.
Copy PCD-2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or capsule communicator, who for the current Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is working through a handful of final tasks for their evening. One of those is related to some toilet maintenance as well as some actigraph data retrieval. The actigraph is a device that the crew is wearing throughout the mission as part of the Archer study. And this study will measure astronauts' well-being, activity, sleep patterns, and interactions during the Artemis campaign. And results from this will be used as part of a behavioral performance study, and results from each mission will be used to understand the combined effects of space hazards on well-being and performance, and also to help develop protocols, interventions, and technologies to enable humans to survive and thrive for future Moon and Mars missions. In addition to that actigraph data retrieval and the toilet maintenance that NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working through, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen are both working through an off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which the crew are performing a fit check of that off-nominal waste management system prior to donning their orange Orion crew survival system suits. In addition, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is also working on some side and docking hatch entry configurations, during which he is inspecting and configuring both of those hatches in advance of re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th.
Houston Integrity, any issue with me starting the RHC THC checkouts a little early?
Checking. No concerns, Reed. You can start RHC THC early.
Going to work, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard another call down there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Artemis II mission, to the team here in Mission Control Houston regarding another upcoming activity on his timeline. This specific activity related to a checkout of the rotational hand controller. During this checkout, he will ensure that there are sufficient deflection checkouts to ensure that a crew can track each target using that rotational hand controller. And this checkout is performed as part of the pre-entry systems checkouts. Currently on your screen, in the upper left corner, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. That view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras, and you can actually see a pretty good view there of one of the solar array wings in the upper portion of that image. There are 4 total solar arrays attached to the service module of the Orion spacecraft, and each of those solar arrays does have a camera, which helps to provide some of these live views throughout the mission. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view inside Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Currently on console inside the Artemis Flight Control Room is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They are being led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator right now is Amy Dill. Also on that screen next to Capcom Amy Dill in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, who is joining Amy on the Capcom console. And then next to Amy in the upper right-hand portion of that image, you can see Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and a fellow flight director is also next to her, and that is Flight Director Chloe Maring.
Houston integrity. The off-nominal waste management system DFTO is complete. Off-nominal waste management systems are stowed. We will now use nominal waste management for the remainder of flight.
Houston copies.
And Houston integrity for step 5 of off-nominal DFTO.
With you.
Yes, Amy, I would like to do the option of privatized OE2 for providing feedback if that is available.
We will put that in place and let you know when it's ready.
Thank you, ma'am.
Integrity Houston on 1. Orion to Earth 2 is privatized, and IVA and Surgeon are waiting to hear.
Copy, Amy, going to 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 5 hours, and 11 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Currently on your screen, you can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft, specifically the exterior of that spacecraft as it continues to make its way back home to Earth with that splashdown targeted off the coast of San Diego, California. Tomorrow, April 10th at about 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can also see a view here into the Artemis Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console. Again, the Artemis Flight Control Room is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the mission by 3 different teams of flight controllers who work in 3 shifts known as orbits. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, the crew continues to work through the final tasks for their day to close out Flight Day 9. We did recently get a call down from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the 2 mission specialists as part of the Artemis II mission, to confirm that they had completed the off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective. During this objective, the crew performed a fit check of that off-nominal waste management system prior to donning their Orion Crew Survival System suits. Some of the additional tasks that remain for the day include stowing the 4K video encoder hardware, as well as doing some toilet maintenance, as well as providing some final AGA, or anomaly gas analyzer readings, which is a laser-based instrument that detects trace contaminants and provides updates on different levels inside the Orion cabin, such as carbon dioxide and oxygen levels. Following some of those tasks, the crew will then move into their private medical conference. Again, this is a daily conference that takes place towards the end of each crew day with the medical teams here on the ground. And then the crew will also have a private flight director conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before they head into their pre-sleep period. Again, the crew spent most of their day working on entry preparations. So they've been working to configure the cabin of the Orion spacecraft and stow any hardware or equipment that they had taken out throughout their flight. They've also been putting their seats back into position and generally ensuring that everything is in place ahead of that re-entry and splashdown, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. The crew also did have a pre-brief with the entry flight director, who was on console earlier as part of the first shift of the entry team during the Orbit 1 shifts, and the entry flight director for the Artemis II mission is Rick Henfling. So during that entry pre-brief, the crew had the opportunity to review their entry preparation materials with the flight director, as well as go over the latest status of the Orion spacecraft, discuss the latest weather briefing for the recovery location, and provide additional updates on the status of the recovery teams as well as the entry pad. About an hour ago, around 9:53 p.m. Central, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time, the Orion spacecraft did execute its second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2. This was a short thruster firing using the auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final journey back home to Earth. It was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns that are planned. The first of those 3 return trajectory correction burns did take place on Flight Day 7, and then the final in that trio of burns will take place tomorrow on Flight Day 10. Shortly after the crew completes their post-sleep period.
Houston, integrity and controller checkout is complete. DHAAS is routed.
Copy, Reed. While we have you, we would appreciate, if you don't mind, a reading of the side hatch counterbalance pressure.
And Amy, no change, just below 2,000.
Thanks, Christina.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We did recently hear a call down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. He was confirming that he had completed a rotational hand controller, or RHC, checkout ahead of the entry preparations for tomorrow. He also made a reference to the acronym DHAAS, which stands for Docking Hatch Opening System. That was another timelined activity for Reed Wiseman this evening, during which he was confirming the entry configuration of that hardware for entry.
Houston integrity. First off, you can release privatization on 2. Jeremy will use the PCD for feedback. And for stowage, we are going to need another location for, I would say, 1.5 bags of trash.
Copy, Christina. We will normalize Orion to Earth 2, and we'll get back to you on a location for the 1.5 bags of trash.
Thank you.
And Integrity Houston, we recommend next trash location to be Bravo 3 locker with the yellow label bag.
And Amy, we're checking that location. It might work, but can we please have an alternate or additional, just in case it does not?
We'll work on it.
Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are continuing to get some communication down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. Specifically, we have been hearing from NASA astronaut Christina Cook as she completes some additional stowage and cabin configuration ahead of re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on April 10th. Throughout the day, the crew has been working to prepare the Orion spacecraft cabin for that re-entry. They have been stowing equipment that they have had out during the mission, removing cargo and locker netting, installing and adjusting the crew seats to ensure all items are secured.
Houston for alternate trash location.
Go ahead.
Okay, Christina, alternate trash location would be the Alpha 3 locker and the toilet setup CTB with the yellow label. But we will do note that the CTB is also where we plan to have you stow final toilet consumables.
Okay, thanks, Amy. I think even with that, we will probably have space. And can you let us know the final stow location of the compactor handle?
Christina, it'll be that same CTB, the toilet setup CTB.
All right, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 6 hours, and 1 minute into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. You're currently seeing a live view of that Orion spacecraft, which the crew named Integrity ahead of its first flight. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which includes NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, alongside Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are starting to round out their day. This is flight day 9. In a few minutes ahead, the crew will head into their private medical conference, referred to as a PMC. This is a standard daily conference that typically takes place towards the end of every flight day, where the crew has the opportunity to chat with the medical teams here on the ground. And then following that private medical...
For AGA batteries.
Houston's here.
Yes, the AGA battery levels are both indicating 3 of 4 lights when testing.
Okay, copy, Christina. We are discussing if that's an okay config or not.
Copy that, and both of the batteries that I unstowed indicate that.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. That call down coming from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. She was speaking directly to the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston, which for the Orbit 2 shift, which is currently on console, is Amy Dill. She was referencing an AGA, and that refers to an anomaly gas analyzer. This is a laser-based instrument that detects trace contaminants and also provides updates on levels such as carbon dioxide and oxygen inside the Orion spacecraft crew cabin. Currently on her timeline, Christina Cook is putting in new batteries and deploying that anomaly gas analyzer as part of a pre-entry cabin configuration.
Integrity Houston on 1 for AGA.
Go ahead.
Christina, we would like you to swap to a fresher set of batteries for AGA, so you should be able to find some in locker Echo, bag 10. There'll be a Ziploc with 4 batteries.
Okay, stand by. We're going to check. We thought we might have had 2 more in here.
Okay, that sounds fine if you do.
Hey, Amy, we found 4 more batteries. They are all indicating 3 or 4.
Okay, copy. We are checking. Back with you, Christina. Okay, pick your favorite 2 batteries and install them into AGA, and then we recommend leaving the remaining 2 in the Foxtrot 1 large CTB.
Amy, could you please repeat that?
Sure, Christina, sorry. You can install 2 of those batteries into AGA, and then we recommend leaving 2 batteries in Foxtrot 1 large, and any other remaining batteries can go back into Echo 10.
Fantastic. We'll do it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, that was a call down from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the 2 mission specialists as part of the Artemis II crew. She is currently replacing the batteries in the anomaly gas analyzer, which is referred to as the AGA, and this is part of a configuration for entry preparations. The team here on the ground that manages some of those AGA readings or anomaly gas analyzer readings that the crew calls down periodically is the ECOM position, which stands for Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the Orion spacecraft's internal thermal control systems, as well as air and water supply and purification systems. And during that call down, you also heard NASA astronaut Christina Cook asking about some of the batteries for that anomaly gas analyzer, and the console position here in Mission Control that is responsible for tracking the different items on board the Orion spacecraft is referred to as IVA, which is the Intravehicular Activity Console, and they support the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft for the duration of their mission, and they also monitor the crew's well-being and provide support for the Orion crew survival system suits, as well as hygiene and internal crew support tasks.
Houston, integrity for AGA readings.
We're ready.
CO2, 2.9, oxygen, 21.5, 76.0 degrees, 14.7 psi, and it had a bit message that is no longer showing. I think it was the same that someone read up the other day, bit 116 perhaps, and I think bit 2 was 0.
All right, copy, Christina. I'm glad you brought that bit message. We wanted to follow up with you. If you see a bit during startup, that's expected, but it should clear after 5 minutes. So it sounds like for this latest AGA activation, the bit is clear. That's good news.
That is great. Thank you for that insight that we probably were taught. Sounds good.
I needed a reminder myself. Also, your email sync is complete. You are go to Access, and you had passed to the previous team that you would like a reminder on stowing the card reader. You can stow that tonight or tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for the email and thank you for the reminder.
Our pleasure.
Amy, one more stowage question when you're ready. Low priority.
We love stowage.
What is a good stowage location for the PCD power cable, the 15 volt?
Checking. And Christina, you can put that in the Foxtrot 1 large CTB. There should be room since the speakers were removed, but you also have the option to leave the PCD power cable out overnight.
We copy, thank you. And Houston, notifying you that the HHP camera battery charging activity is complete.
We copy.
Amy, with that, we are showing our timeline complete, so we're going to say good night number 1.
Copy. I've heard about this good night number 1. Hopefully we'll keep it at good night number 1, and we'll also say good night moon.
Love it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 8 days, 6 hours, and 20 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently preparing to head to sleep. That sleep period expected to begin a little over 2 hours from now. They did recently complete a PMC, or a private medical conference. During these daily conferences, which typically take place towards the end of each flight day, the crew has the opportunity to speak directly with the medical teams here on the ground who are supporting them. These conferences are managed by the BME position here in Mission Control, which stands for the Biomedical Engineer, and they ensure the crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis. It provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon during its journey around the Moon and back. Of course, we are now in the final phases of this Artemis II mission, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Earlier in the week, on flight day 6, the crew completed their lunar flyby, during which they had the opportunity to capture some stunning images and science observations for teams here on the ground. During that lunar flyby, they also made their lunar close approach, and they reached the furthest distance from the Earth for this mission, and during which they surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record for furthest a human has traveled. But now they are in flight day 9, and they will be splashing down off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow, April 10th. That splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. During the crew pre-sleep period, which they are heading into now, the crew will have the opportunity to eat their dinner, as well as complete any hygiene tasks ahead of their sleep period. On the menu for dinner tonight, the crew has roasted turkey, barbecued beef brisket, mac and cheese, Italian vegetables, some shortbread cookies, sweet and sour chicken, honey ginger fish, green beans with mushroom, as well as spicy green beans and rice pilaf. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently began their pre-sleep period, the final pre-sleep period of the mission as they prepare for entry and splashdown on April 10th. During their pre-sleep period, the crew has the opportunity to complete any needed hygiene activities and also eat their dinner. And the crew is expected to enter into their official sleep period in about an hour and 40 minutes from now. So again, they are working to eat their dinner, and the food that the 4 astronauts are eating during their mission plays a key role in maintaining their health and ensuring they can perform their mission objectives to the best of their abilities. Long before launch, the teams here at NASA's Johnson Space Center began preparing so that the crew had everything they need to enjoy their around-the-moon meals. It starts with the Space Food Systems Laboratory here in Houston, which supports the development and protection of space food, menus, packaging, and food-related hardware for all NASA programs, including Artemis. The crew also spent time practicing how to use the equipment aboard Orion to rehydrate and warm their food inside a full-size Orion mock-up at Johnson Space Center's Space Vehicle Mock-up Facility. Now, of course, while in flight, the crew uses a potable water dispenser to rehydrate their chosen food and drink packages and a briefcase-style food warmer for warming them up. Let's go ahead and take a moment to learn more about eating in space.
Around the moon meal.
Around the moon meal. What would you eat? Cheese? You think?
Oh my gosh. That's clever. What do you think? All right, subscribe.
My name is Christina Cook.
And I'm Jeremy Hansen. We're crew members on the Artemis II mission flying around the moon. And when we fly around the moon, of course, we're going to be taking some food with us.
That's right. This is how to eat in space. Here we are in what we call our food lab at NASA Johnson Space Center. We come in here quite often to sample space food. The neat thing about the food selection is it is so diverse. Different entrees that you wouldn't imagine can be rehydrated and actually good in space are completely fair game. And it's pretty awesome.
We came in for Artemis to do this. We got about halfway through the first session and we're like, we're not really sure we're going to have time on board to warm this stuff up. We talked a lot about day one. It's a long day. It's hours before we even leave the launch pad on our way to space. And then when we get to space, we have a lot of important events that day. We just did a sim yesterday where lunch is scheduled. It's
midday meal.
Yeah, midday meal for all 4 of us. And so those would be great moments, I think, in our mission to have prepped some food and sit down or float as a crew and just have a joint meal.
For sure.
I think that would be fun.
My name is Shulei Wu. I'm the food system manager for ISS and Artemis. The food lab at Johnson Space Center, that's where we make and package most of the space food, and also where we'll be making all the food for the Artemis missions. Food is a big part for our crew members. They provide the nutrition, the calorie, micronutrient for crew members, but also boosting crew morale. It's very important. There is always a lot of steps, very strict steps for us to follow to making sure the food we provide are consistent and meet all the food safety, nutritional requirements, and most important, also need to taste good. The other strategy is always promote the variety because everybody's food preference can be very different. Therefore, the more variety we can have, the better to meet the needs of the astronaut group.
They bring out these little tiny samples of each food, and you're like, oh my gosh, I thought we were having lunch. And then by the end, there's so many space foods, and every time you leave, you're like, I am so full.
I'm so full, I'm in pain.
And you just rate them like, I love this, I don't want to eat it, I'd eat it if you tell me I need it. Because what the food lab does is they take all your preferences, but they're also like good parents and are like, you need a well-balanced diet.
Exactly. They were like, no, you can't have mac and cheese every day, Christina. Sorry.
I'm Wyeth McKinley. I'm a flight controller and a crew instructor for Artemis II. We're here at the Space Vehicle Mock-up Facility at Johnson Space Center. We're inside the Orion mock-up where we perform crew training for the Artemis II mission. On the Orion vehicle, crew is able to heat up their food using our briefcase-style food warmer. The food is held in contact with the central heater plate by these springs so that it can warm up and they can have a delicious meal. Much of the food and drink that's on Orion is rehydrated. And so crew at our potable water dispenser will fill up their food and drink. And then at that point, you go ahead and pop it into your food warmer.
I'm kind of envisioning there's maybe one person putting the stuff in and out, kind of tossing it out to everyone as it's done. Or maybe if we're not scheduled together, you're just on your own over there, popping some things in. Or maybe just in your 2 minutes of free time between things, you're kind of getting it ready so it has time to warm up. We'll see.
Eating together really resonates with me. I think it's just a human thing to break bread together and to enjoy that necessary thing you have to do, the thing you should be grateful for. And so doing that as a group, as a family, has always been meaningful for me.
Absolutely. It represents togetherness and something a little out of the ordinary. You don't necessarily get to have those meals with everybody in your life, but if you are sharing a meal, especially if you're sharing breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a group of people, that means something. It's like a camping trip.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, and now you are seeing a live view outside the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras affixed to the outside of the Orion spacecraft. The crew again is in their pre-sleep period as they prepare to head off to sleep to wrap up flight day 9. The Orion spacecraft and its crew are currently about 104,000 miles away from Earth and about 160,000 miles away from the Moon. They are traveling at a velocity of approximately 3,700 miles per hour. Again, they are on the return leg of their journey following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st, and they are expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California later today on April 10th around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. That video we just played showed a little bit of an overview of the Space Food Systems Laboratory here in Houston, Texas, that prepares the food that flies on board the Artemis missions as well as on board the International Space Station. The food flying aboard Artemis II was designed to support crew health and performance during the missions around the Moon, and with no resupply, refrigeration, or late load capability, all meals had to be carefully selected to remain safe, shelf stable, and easy to prepare and consume inside the Orion spacecraft. The food selections are typically developed in coordination with both space food experts and the crew to balance calorie needs, hydration, and nutrient intake while accommodating individual crew preferences. For the Artemis II mission, there were 189 unique menu items that were flown and more than 10 different types of beverages, including coffee, green tea, and a mango peach smoothie. And some of the most common food items that were flown as part of the mission included tortillas, wheat flatbread, vegetable quiche, breakfast sausage, couscous with nuts, and mango salad. There were also 5 different hot sauces that flew around the Moon with the crew. Earlier today, as part of Flight Day 9, the Orion spacecraft did execute a short thruster firing as part of the Return Trajectory Correction Burn 2. This was the second in a trio of burns, this burn taking place around This burn taking place around 9:53 p.m. Central, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time, again at this second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns to further fine-tune the path of the Orion spacecraft and its crew as they make their way back to Earth. The third and final return trajectory correction burn is scheduled to take place in 13 hours and 18 minutes. That is about 5 hours and some change ahead of the targeted splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California.
Integrity Houston for PCD-3 offline.
Go ahead.
Hey there, we saw PCD-3 drop offline. We suspect you may have made it hardline. If yes, could you run the wired script? We want to make sure that it's available for us to uplink tomorrow's plan.
Working on that now.
Thanks much.
stowage.
Houston's here.
Hey, Amy, the two D5s, do we stow those with batteries or without? And if we stow them without batteries, let us know where to put the batteries.
You stow the D5s with the batteries, but without cards.
Perfect. That's what we're doing.
Okay, Houston copies, and we'll wish you good night number 2. Good night, Earth.
Excellent. Good night number 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard a call down there from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen to the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or capsule communicator, who for the Orbit 2 ship is Amy Dill. He was asking about a stowage question related to a D5, which refers to the Nikon D5 camera that was on board the Orion spacecraft and provided views specifically during some of those public affairs downlinks events throughout the mission. Again, throughout the day, the crew has been working to stow various cargo items that they had taken out throughout the mission. They were also have been removing cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting the crew seats to ensure that all items are secured before their return to Earth later today, April 10th. The crew is still in their pre-sleep period, and we expect that they will officially head into their sleep period to round out flight day 9 in about an hour and 10 minutes from now.
one for Amy real quick.
We're here.
This is probably a wee bit of micromanagement, but could you please tell Frank Rubio to send a note to the families that if they email us one more time tonight, we will get it in the morning, but that we will not be able to respond after tonight. I just want them to have expectation.
We will take care of that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Sure, Reed. And just wanted to check because we still are not seeing PCD3 online. Are you seeing anything from your end, any issues?
Do you need it wired? We ran the Wi-Fi config.
Yeah, Reed, we want it wired, and my understanding is that you have a separate script to run to get it on a wired configuration.
Yep, we're on it. Okay, we're putting it in wired.
Okay, excellent. And we're going to go forward link LOSs to you in about 10 minutes, so we'll call back if we don't see it, but we do see it. That was quick. Nice work.
Go Canada. That man knows his PCD.
Go Canada. And with that, we'll wish you good night number 3, good night stars.
All right, folks, we will likely be asleep when you get back AOS. Thanks for an outstanding day in space, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Thanks, Reed. We are as well.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard a call down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander for the Artemis II mission, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. The crew is in their pre-sleep period, but they were calling down in regard to some messages that they were sending down to their crew's family and friends. And then the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who currently for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill, also asked them to clarify something related to one of the PCDs, which refers to a portable computing device, which is basically a tablet that the crew uses to track their procedures and their timelines for the day, and also to transfer some data to and from the ground. The ground also let the crew know that we are coming up on another forward link loss of signal, or LOS. The forward link refers to the uplink capabilities, so the communications and commanding from the ground up to the spacecraft. So we will be going into that expected and planned forward link loss of signal in about 8 minutes from now. As the crew prepares to head into their sleep period in about 49 minutes from now, that will round out Flight Day 9 for the Artemis II mission. And the crew in the Orion spacecraft, as well as the teams on the ground, are preparing for the re-entry of the Orion spacecraft. That re-entry is scheduled to take place later today, April 10th, with a splashdown targeted off the coast of San Diego, California, around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. As the Orion spacecraft prepares for that re-entry, once it hits about 400,000 feet, the spacecraft will enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout. That is expected around 6:53 p.m. Central, 7:53 p.m. Eastern. And that happens as a result of the plasma that forms around the spacecraft during peak heating. And during the re-entry, the crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs in a nominal landing profile. And then after emerging from that blackout period, the Orion spacecraft will jettison its forward bay cover and then deploy its drogue parachutes. That will happen around 22,000 feet, approximately at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Shortly after that, the spacecraft will unfurl its three main parachutes, that taking place around 6,000 feet to slow the capsule for a splashdown off the coast of San Diego. Again, on the final day of the mission, which we are heading towards now, the Orion spacecraft will be bringing its 4 crew members, which includes NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, alongside Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, through the Earth's atmosphere for that splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego, California. Following that splashdown, a team of experts will ensure the crew is recovered from their landing site and are able to exit Orion safely. So let's go ahead and take a look to learn how NASA and its partners will recover the Orion spacecraft and its 4 astronauts following a splashdown at the end of the mission.
I am Lily Villarreal. I am the Artemis Landing Recovery Director, and this is how you recover a spacecraft. We are here in the well deck of the USS Somerset, where we did simulations of an actual splashdown and what it would take to get the crew out of the capsule and also recover the vehicle. Behind me is the crew module test article. You can actually put people in it. It is actually a vessel. It has all the instrumentation switches that Orion would have. The DoD, Department of Defense, is a very large part of our operations. We have 2 helicopters dedicated for imagery, and we had 2 helicopters dedicated for the capsule. We have a whole entire Navy diver team, and those are the guys out in the open water. We do bring some NBL experts that also go in the open water with them, and they're really the guys who will be the first people who open the hatch and then eventually get the crew out.
I'm Tim Goddard. I'm the EGS Open Water Lead for the Orion and Artemis missions. We're at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. It's an off-site campus of the Johnson Space Center. We are training the Navy divers and helicopter rescue. Why we bring them to the NBL is for the very specific and technical nature of how you operate in and around a space capsule. We teach them the specific techniques they are required to do to keep both themselves safe, the flight crew safe, as well as the capsule. This is where we start, and then we'll push out to San Diego, and we do what we call JIT, just-in-time training. By the time they do the actual real mission, they have hours and hours on each phase of that recovery.
Objective for the day is DoD training. So today we're going to be training our divers and our air crews.
Almost every underway recovery, we first start, our first day is always what we call in and outs. And that is really to train the ship on how to handle the CMTA. We fill up this entire wall deck with 7.5 feet of water, and then we do in and outs familiarization runs to train the actual military crew that will be on a ship. We then deploy the CMTA out in the open ocean. We do whatever training exercise that we want to do. We actually like to simulate what it would be from splashdown all the way to recovering the crew back to the flight deck. And then we go into contingency simulations. We actually pretended that we had a hurt crew member, and then how would we deal with that from a medical perspective. The next thing we do is an iteration of recovering the capsule. We've gotten really good at recovering the capsule. We've been doing that for multiple URTs. We did it for Artemis I. The next thing, we did a full mission profile, and that is an entire exercise simulating the actual recovery. We have all 4 of our helicopters in play. We have the entire crew suited up in play, and then we go through the checklist of a splashdown.
My name is HM2 Ruben Hickox. I'm a deep sea diving medical technician in the U.S. Navy. Recovery training that we've been doing, a lot of it has been transporting the astronauts safely from the capsule after they land to the ship, as well as utilizing the ship to recover the actual capsule. We have a couple inflatable rafts that we use. One is the stability collar, which is just an inflatable ring that goes around it, and then front porch, which is an inflatable life raft used to attach to the capsule. And once the front porch is stable and we can walk on it, that's when we'll start one by one, just taking the astronauts out of the capsule. The search and rescue med techs will hook up with the astronauts and they'll bring them up to the helicopter, fly them to Somerset, and as soon as they touch down, they have medical professionals all over transporting them into the medical bay, making sure that they're good to go.
This is a dream come true. I think everybody that works for NASA says the exact same thing because it's such a big teamwork type of operation and very complex. And I just thrive and love on those kind of scenarios. It's long days, long hours, a lot of responsibility, but at the end, we all really enjoy it. I cannot wait to see it come back from the moon.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are now again seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. And you can see Earth off in the distance, which is the target for the Orion spacecraft, with that entry and splashdown targeted for later today, April 10th. Splashdown is targeted off the coast of San Diego, California, around 7:07 p.m. Central, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. And that video provided a little bit of an overview of that recovery process. So within 2 hours after splashdown, the crew will be extracted from the Orion spacecraft and flown to the USS John Murtha. Recovery teams will retrieve the crew using helicopters, and once on board the ship, the astronauts will then undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to shore to board an aircraft that will be bound for NASA's Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. And there on your screen, you can see a little bit of an overview of the upcoming entry and splashdown timeline for the Orion spacecraft. As Artemis II nears its return to Earth, NASA teams on the ground are completing those final preparations for Orion's re-entry and splashdown. During re-entry, the service module will separate around 6:33 p.m. Central, 7:33 p.m. Eastern, about 20 minutes before Orion reaches the upper atmosphere southeast of Hawaii. Around 6:37 p.m. Central, 7:37 p.m. Eastern, a final trajectory adjustment burn will fine-tune the flight path before the spacecraft begins a series of roll maneuvers to safely distance itself from departing hardware. Orion will then reach its maximum velocity, approximately 23,864 miles per hour, just before entry interface takes place. And as Orion descends through about 400,000 feet, the spacecraft will then enter its planned 6-minute communications blackout. That is expected around 6:53 p.m. Central, 7:53 p.m. Eastern, and this takes place as a result of plasma forming around the spacecraft during peak heating. The crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs during a nominal landing profile, and then after emerging from that blackout period, the Orion spacecraft will jettison its forward bay cover, deploy its drogue parachutes, and then shortly after that, it will unfurl its 3 main parachutes around 6,000 feet. That expected around 7:04 p.m. Central, 8:04 p.m. Eastern Time, to slow the capsule down for a splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California. Again, that splashdown expected around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Following the completion of the Artemis II mission, from launch to splashdown, the total distance traveled for the Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, is expected to be a total of 694,481 miles. Again, you are seeing a live view of that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently in their pre-sleep period, and they are expected to enter their sleep period in just under 40 minutes from now. Here on the ground, we are in a forward link loss of signal, which means the team here in Mission Control Houston can't call up to the crew, but if the crew needs to, they can call down to the team here in Mission Control Houston. We would just be unable to respond until we regain that forward link. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, providing support to the Orion spacecraft and its crew. Here in about 30 minutes, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will make their way on console to complete a handover with that Orbit 2 team. And currently on your screen, you can see a live look at that Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. We are currently about 8 days, 8 hours, and 24 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is rounding out their pre-sleep period, and they will be heading to sleep in about 5 minutes from now. Once the crew wakes, it will officially mark the start of Flight Day 10, which will of course be a busy day for the crew as well as the teams on the ground as they prepare for re-entry and splashdown to round out the historic Artemis II mission. During re-entry and splashdown, the crew will wear their orange spacesuit called the Orion Crew Survival System, or OX suit, and this spacesuit, worn inside NASA's Orion spacecraft, helps protect the astronauts on launch day as well as in emergency situations and throughout high-risk parts of the mission near the moon and during the high-speed return to Earth. These suits are managed by a team in the OX lab here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, and each suit is tailored to the crew member's anatomy and includes systems for air, food, water, and waste management. In the event of an emergency, the OX suits are engineered to sustain life for up to 6 days. During the Artemis II mission, the astronauts also practiced donning and doffing the suit in weightlessness as part of a developmental flight test objective. Let's go ahead and take a moment to learn more about these suits.
The Artemis II mission will be a 10-day mission to the moon and back. The purpose of this mission is primarily to test out the Orion spacecraft for the future missions where we will go and land on the lunar surface. One of the fun things that we will actually be doing is donning the suits while we're in microgravity and actually experiencing them in the true pressurized weightless environment in the vehicle. I'm Dustin Gomert. I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager, NASA Johnson Space Center, and this is how you dress for space. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying them for the Orion mission. The Orion Crew Survival System, OCSS, or OX, is the suit designed to keep the crew safe in an atmosphere, personal atmosphere around their body for launch, entry, landing, but also for long duration events in case there was an emergency on the way to the moon. There's several unique parameters that have to be designed in such a suit, such as how much pressure it can hold, the duration it can hold the pressure for, the amount of leakage that comes out of the suit, all the physiological functions. Each suit that the crew wears is custom built for their unique anatomy. Your personal environment, it's a personal pressure vessel. It's, in the simplest terms, a body-shaped balloon. Each fit check, the crew gets practice donning and doffing the suit to understand how to rapidly get the suit on in the event of an emergency. The suit is put on very much like any other garment. Instead of the zipper being in the front, it's in the back though. The pants are put on very much just like any pair of pants, and then you would climb into the suit and stand up. Your head will come through the neck ring, and the suit is effectively donned. Generally, you get a buddy to help you zip it up from behind, and then you can don your gloves, your helmet, and at that point, you're effectively sealed inside the suit. You may think you recognize the suit that we're designing from its heritage in the shuttle program. There is very much similarities between this suit and that flown in the shuttle, the Advanced Crew Escape suit. The OX suit, however, is very specifically designed for its unique mission. And this unique mission is long-duration survival in the space capsule environment. In this context, if you're circling the moon or in transit to the moon and have to do a spin around to come back, it could take up to 6 days to return home. In this case, the suit has to be designed perfect to the occupant wearing it. The person is provided with all the necessities to support life for that duration, including food, drink, air, and bodily waste management as well. The orange layer is actually Nomex. And the Nomex is designed to keep the crew safe in case of a contingency heat or flashover event. The orange, in particular, is chosen because the capsule lands at sea. So international orange is very, very visible for maritime recovery. The blue V that runs down the chest of the suit is part of the torso harness that's sewn underneath the cover layer. Each of those is designed for reflectivity. Should crew come in, shine a light on them, instantly they know where to grab and how to save the crew. Working here on these suits is an absolute privilege. The weight of it is also incredible in knowing the ultimate responsibility that you and the team share. That crew is the number one priority. It's kind of overwhelming in a sense. It's exciting in a sense. It's awe-inspiring in every possible way. I have a feeling when the day comes, the crew is up there and everything's safe, there's going to be a massive sigh, a massive sense of just joy that we all feel. We're all looking forward to it. It's going to be amazing.
Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, you are seeing a live view of that Orion spacecraft as it continues its journey back home to planet Earth. That splashdown is targeted off the coast of San Diego, California later today around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, ahead of that entry and splashdown, the crew will complete some final cabin configurations. These final cabin configurations will take place following the third and final return trajectory correction burn, or the RTC-3 burn. This burn is scheduled to take place in about 11 hours and 47 minutes from now, and it will be the third and final trajectory correction burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path as it continues its journey back here to Earth. And then following that trajectory correction burn, the crew will step into some final cabin configuration where they will continue to configure the cabin of the Orion spacecraft for entry, and that will include stowing their portable computing devices, which are basically those tablets that they are able to reference various procedures as well as their timeline for the day, and also transfer some data to and from the ground. They will also continue taking down some of the locker and cargo nets and finalize the seat installation and adjustments, and they will also be stowing their food warmer during those cabin configurations. Following that cabin configuration, the crew will then move into what is known as their entry checklist. And during this time is when they will make their final entry preparations, and it is also when they will don those orange Orion Crew Survival System suits and begin fluid loading. And typically this entry checklist begins to take place around 3 hours prior to entry interface. Again, you are continuing to see live views from that Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back home to Earth. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston is wrapping up their shift. It will be the final shift for the Orbit 2 team. The Orbit 3 team will be coming on console shortly. And then taking over from the Orbit 3 team at the end of their final shift will be the entry flight control team. And that entry team is led by Flight Director Rick Henvling. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston. You are now seeing a live view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. We typically show this view, and we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft. And we did recently enter what is known as a return link loss of signal, and the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the communication and telemetry coming down from the Orion spacecraft and its crew to the team here in Mission Control Houston. And that was an expected and planned return link loss of signal. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbital website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. This visualization provides updates on the velocity of the Orion spacecraft as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon as it continues its journey back home here to planet Earth to round out the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew currently inside the Orion spacecraft recently entered their sleep period about 30 minutes ago to round out flight day 9. The crew and the Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this crew is the first to live and work inside the Orion spacecraft, which they have named Integrity. Since that time, they have been conducting meticulously timelined events, and one of those early events was the Proximity Operations demonstration, during which NASA astronaut Victor Glover and the pilot for the Artemis II mission manually flew the Orion spacecraft after having just detached from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage as if they intended to dock. This was practice for future Artemis missions, during which astronauts in the Orion spacecrafts will dock with the lunar lander that will then take them down to the surface of the Moon. About 25 hours after that launch, Orion then conducted its translunar injection burn, or TLI, which was an approximately 5-minute, 50-second burn that committed Orion to departing high Earth orbit and set us up for the lunar flyby, which took place on flight day 6. During the lunar flyby, Orion passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the Moon and provided the astronauts with the full disk view of the lunar surface. From this higher vantage point, much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average, the crew was able to observe both poles and large-scale geologic features in a single view. Toward the end of that flyby, the crew also saw an eclipse, during which the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the Moon from the perspective of Orion. During that flyby, Orion and its crew also made their closest approach to the Moon for their mission at a distance of 4,067 miles, and they also reached their farthest distance from the Earth at a distance of 252,756 miles, surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record. After the conclusion of the lunar flyby day, which was on flight day 6, the crew has continued to work through additional flight test objectives, such as the recent orthostatic intolerance garment test. And most recently on flight day 9, the crew was busy preparing for entry and splashdown. And throughout the day, the crew began stowing equipment that they have had out during the mission to ensure all items are secure before their return to Earth. And they have also reviewed the latest weather briefing, recovery force status, and entry timeline. In addition, the Orion spacecraft's auxiliary thrusters fired for a second return trajectory correction burn, or the RTC-2 burn, at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time, to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path on its return back to Earth. Looking ahead to entry and splashdown, which will take place later today, April 10th, Orion will perform its third and final return trajectory correction burn about 5 hours before entry interface. That RTC-3 burn is scheduled to take place in just under 11 hours and 18 minutes from now. Again, that final return trajectory correction burn will continue to refine the path of the Orion spacecraft as it approaches that re-entry later today. Roughly 2 hours after that return trajectory correction burn, the crew will then begin working through their entry checklist, and they will don or put on their orange Orion Crew Survival System suits. 20 minutes before entry interface, Orion's crew and service modules will then separate, followed by the crew module raise burn. Entry interface will occur approximately 400,000 feet above Earth, and then once Orion reaches 36,000 feet, the forward bay cover will deploy. At 25,000 feet, the drogue parachutes will then deploy, and at 9,500 feet, the pilot parachutes will deploy, pulling out the 3 main parachutes. Splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California is expected at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, again later today, April 10th. After splashdown, the team will safe the crew module reaction control system and complete final power down, and we expect the crew to be aboard the recovery ship within about 2 hours after splashdown. Following splashdown, the total distance traveled by Orion and its crew from launch through that splashdown will be 694,481 miles. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 8 days, 9 hours, and 24 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently began their sleep period about an hour ago to round out flight day 9. But throughout the day, the crew began stowing equipment that they have had out during the mission to ensure that all items are secured before their return to Earth. They also reviewed the latest weather briefing, recovery force status, and entry timeline. In addition, Orion's thrusters fired for the second return trajectory correction burn at 9:53 p.m. Central, 10:53 p.m. Eastern to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights for flight day 9.
Integrity crew, when you are able, could you give us an indicator or an indication if you are bumping up against or touching the smoke detector in any way when you're over in that area of the cabin?
I think MCC reported some erroneous data yesterday. Maybe that's happening again. We had a towel over there, but we don't think we're bumping into it. Give us a couple more seconds because we need to grab a few more pictures, and then we'll try to get away from it for a minute.
And we don't have any concern. You guys can stay over there. Keep taking your photos. We were just curious. Continue.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 5 hours.
All right, sounds good, Jenny. Yeah, we caught a view of Earth in window 1, and now we're completely distracted for a little bit. You guys are looking great.
Thanks. Yeah, we love that. We were just noticing, it's really cool, actually. In the data that ECOM's seeing, they're seeing an indication on the smoke detector, and they think it's when the flash goes off. So we were just curious. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 5 hours, and 22 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You can see the crew there on your screen inside the Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew. They are currently capturing some images. It looks like they're capturing images of each other in front of one of the cabin windows with a view of Earth outside. And of course, we have been uploading and sharing imagery as we receive it from the crew. There on your screen from left to right, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And it looked like Reed was trying to show off the image that he was capturing just now.
Wow, thank you for showing us that. That is so cool. We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
Yeah, that is exactly the same comment that we made, and then that's why we put Victor beside it for his smile, and took a picture of him there. His smile is as bright as your smile.
I believe it. Thank you.
Sunny 16 when you need to take a picture of a happy hike.
Now ECOM is as happy as the Earth.
And Houston, you're seeing a little bit of a CCU dump yourselves, Crescent Earth, and a solar array. So it's a pretty sweet view out window 1 right now.
This is Mission Control Houston, and this morning as we get underway with Flight Day 9 on the Artemis II mission, joining us today, Johnson Space Center Director Vanessa Weich. Vanessa, thanks for being with us today. It's a privilege.
What a phenomenal mission we've been having. So excited to be here.
It is historic in nature. We're about 32 hours until we're expecting the crew to splash down in the Pacific to complete the mission. Big picture, the history-making aspects of the mission are clearly delineated, but in your mind, the significance of what we are pulling off here this week and what it means for the future.
You know, Rob, it's just it's hard to describe the significance of this mission. We have building and planning our teams towards this for quite some time. The Orion spacecraft is managed here at the Johnson Space Center. We have been a part of the design, development, test of that vehicle, and it's had milestones along the way. You know, we had our uncrewed Artemis I mission back in 2022, but now we have our astronauts on board, and they are demonstrating that that spacecraft is ready for us to have humans on board, for us to continue deep space exploration, which we have not done since 1972. So this is the Artemis generation. This is our generation's opportunity to explore and to build from what Apollo did, but moving to the moon, we're now going to have a moon base. We're going to learn how to live there. We're going to go to Mars. It opens up all of the universe. It's just amazing for human exploration.
And we're on board Integrity with our 4 astronauts, Christina Cook on the left, Victor Glover, Commander Reed Wiseman, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency on the right. The crew is continuing to stow equipment on board. They've concluded a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we'll soon be moving into a midday meal on this day before their homecoming to planet Earth.
And Jackie, while I have you, we just wanted to express even more our gratitude for these awesome, I'll call them drink notes and drink messages. So many people wrote really cool, heartfelt messages on our bonus drinks, and we are just smiling ear to ear every time we look at one. So thank you so much. It was really fun to find these, and they're really giving us a boost for Entry Day.
We will make sure that message gets heard by everyone who needs to hear it. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the flight control room. A welcome visitor, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the Artemis launch director who kicked off this mission with the flawless launch of the Space Launch System and the 4 Integrity astronauts back on April 1st. She's here visiting at the Johnson Space Center, currently talking to her Ascent Flight Director, Judd Freeling, and the Entry Flight Director, Rick Henfling, who will be on tomorrow to preside over Integrity's return to Earth. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works. That sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night. Again, ongoing discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a cislunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission, a conversation between members of Congress and the crew aboard Integrity as we approach the halfway mark of their trip home back to Earth from the moon.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off.
Copy, blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
And we have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain. Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
You know, Jackie, snark does carry you across the cosmos.
That delayed smile made me feel very good.
Good evening, Artemis II crew. As you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon, the people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we receive from the United States Congress. We work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country.
I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole when Jared speaks about the people of Earth. Across the planet, people are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reed.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. You know, we have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds like the next 24 hours we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
Absolutely.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The final targeting for the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, has been completed, and we do expect that RTC burn to take place in about 29 minutes from now. As of right now, it's expected to be a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity burn and approximately a 9-second burn. This will be using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team on console is currently conducting their go, no-go poll for that upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn. And again, this burn will further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach ahead of that re-entry and splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
Integrity Houston, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Integrity Houston, maneuver to burn attitude starting in approximately 3 minutes.
We're expecting the same. Thanks, Amy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently about 10 minutes away from the start of the Return Trajectory Correction 2 burn, or RTC-2. This is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn with an expected delta velocity change of 5.37 feet per second, using the 8 pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft on its path back towards Earth. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. The Orion spacecraft is currently traveling at a velocity of about 3,400 miles per hour, and it is about 114,000 miles away from Earth. Earlier today, it did pass the halfway point of its return back to Earth. Again, it is expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California on Friday, April 10th around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. In just a few moments, we should hear confirmation called up to the crew that Orion is in burn attitude. The Orion spacecraft is currently maneuvering to that burn attitude.
Integrity Houston, Integrity is in burn attitude.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are now just under 30 seconds away from the time of ignition of that upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, which will be the start of that burn. Again, it is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to generate a 5.37 foot per second change in delta velocity. And we do have confirmation that the Return Trajectory Correction burn has started, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time. And we also now have confirmation that the burn has completed, again, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
Integrity Houston, good burn. We are assessing the details.
We see the same and copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we do have that confirmation that the recent return trajectory correction burn was completed, and it was a good burn. Teams on the ground assessing the details, but it was expected to be a 9.41 second burn for a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity. Again, these return trajectory correction burns help to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path as it makes its way back to Earth, and this was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, with that first return trajectory correction burn taking place on flight day 7, and the final return trajectory correction burn is expected to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface.
Integrity Houston, confirm a good burn, and prop post-burn reconfiguration is complete.
We copy all, and we have a gorgeous view of you out window 2.
Awesome, we're waving at you.
We are too.